Hello everyone, I hope everyone is having a good Sunday, enjoying your weekend. Today we meet to continue the Gran Turismo 4 playthrough where you all choose which cars I am allowed to drive if I can speak. If all goes well, today shall be the day where we wrap this up, because I'm looking only for a single car. An LMP or something which can actually compete in GT World Championship. However, that might prove to be a bit harder than I intend, or it will probably be pretty easy. So far, I've been having really good luck with my cars and the randomizer, but my god, everything could go through the window if I don't get a good car on the following events. In any case, I'm hoping that I have different options, because the idea is that you choose which cars I drive. So there's that, really. Let me tag everyone at Discord so they know we're live. There we go. Hello Grievous, hello Senko, hello Randome, hello Lamborghini, hello Antonio, hello friends. Hope all of you guys are having a good Sunday. Hey Kirio, hope you're doing well too. So, what do we got to sell here? Drivetrain. Mid-engine. Okay, so I have really few low-powered mid-engine cars. So, hey Kura, hey Lucas Fall. Okay. Yeah, we're going to the all-wheel drive cars first, because I have a few of them. So it will be this, this too, then. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey Elias, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Well, it's a matter of which cars I get for the time being. So first poll of the stream shall be up. Hey real fan, hey Spear yourself, hope you guys are having a good Sunday. So I'm going to do all-wheel drive challenge first, because it's the only well, I'm hoping that I get something for MR challenge, but if I don't get something for MR challenge, fair enough, I'll just use the Sonda, because it's the only thing I really got. Oh man, this kind of tight, isn't it? The options are very split up. Everyone wants me to use different cars, it seems. Well, Contash, as I said before, it depends on the cars that I get. It will all depend on the cars that I get, and then we'll probably have to start doing other events to see what's under the hood hiding for me. Hey, Solamente Show, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Boxer Speed, yes, we did that last stream. Oh man. This is a three-way tie. The Evo is pulling away slightly now, with one vote more than the rest. So the last person who votes now has the power to wrap things up. But let's clock at 20 votes, okay? One vote and you'll decide which car I drive, because this is really close. 21 votes. Oh god, we're tied between the SL and the 3000 GT and the Evo 6 now. Oh my god. Evo is pulling away. Nah, Evo is pulling away. Yeah. Devo might be. It's gonna be the car. Okay. Oh god, no, it's tied with the R34. What the hell? Now the R34 is winning. 25 votes, 26 votes, and 27 viewers. So the last one is either Evo 6 or GTR R34. Last vote. And you decide which car you drive. The power lies within you. Final voter. It says final episode with a question mark, Roman. It's not... It's a question. Maybe I get to wrap things up today, maybe not. Holy, this is really close. Yeah, okay. That's it. R34. Yeah, that's it. R34 is the winner. That was way closer than I intended. My god. Jesus. Here you are. Okay, that's good. Well, am I going to get another skyline out of this? This is kind of overpowered for these races, actually. Yeah, okay, sure. Good old controller. Good old controller. Okay, now you're doing it pretty often, aren't you? There's a nice shade of green on the 3000 GT. By the way, if you haven't left a like on this stream, it's really important that you do so we can get this channel to more people. And this channel really needs your help, so make sure to leave a like. Oh. Drunk driving. It's an RS6 on the lead. That's a car that I never really used, the RS6. It's pretty heavy though. And all-wheel drive, so yeah. It's not designed for long races. Tire wear is atrocious. I really like that shade of green too, though. Damn. At least he has good taste. Really far away from the rest of the field, though. Look at all the other cars on the RS6 just there. Hey. I thought it was a 3-lap race. Hey, Senko GT, thank you so much for rejoining as a member of the Cone family for 3 months already. Thanks a lot. Imagine getting a B16T and you gotta use it for GTWC. Well, that's impossible, so I'm not going to use something that makes the challenge impossible. I'm not that stupid. Everything will be done in the realm of possibility. So thank you so much for rejoining as a member. If you all want to support this channel, you can join as a member of the Con family. You'll get a cool badge, Con badge, next to your name, and my eternal gratitude for supporting my efforts. We also have a goal. If we reach 300 members, I'm going to do a challenge run of the GT4 endurance mod that I tested a few weeks ago. Autumn Rain Mini. The cars are a bit big for Autumn Rain Mini, to be honest. Well done. That works. So you have the Audi Quattro and the Delta Integrale. That's 2 rally cars. And it's funny because the Delta Integrale from GT4, which is one of the later cars, and the Audi Quattro are 10 years apart. Physical special aren't tied to types but moves. So you mean like... So you're talking about how it works in Pokemon games starting 4th gen and up. If that's the case, then no, I'm not gonna mix them up. That's really easy to memorize, actually. And if you, I mean, there is usually moves have a little badge next to them, which helps you identify them too. That will make things much better. And I've seen a couple of ROM hacks which have them, so it should be possible. What type Yellowbird will be, I guess? I guess steel type, because, you know, car. But secondary type, well... Explosion, so I guess it will be steel fire? For a car? I don't see any other viable option, really. Because electrical will be an EV, right? And this is not an EV, it's a combustion engine, so it has to be a fire type. Some may argue it could also be poison, but we don't see the world that way in this channel. Yeah, I know that you can... I've seen other types before. There's some people out there, like, you know, newer types on Gen 3 games. Yeah, I've seen that before. But, you know, as I said before, Kudo, it's always a good idea to take... I always think it's a better idea to take, you know, a couple of good ideas and just try to shove everything into a single game. Because when you do that, you start to run into issues. Long story short, the project never gets completed, so, you know, as a piece of advice, the best idea is always to just say, I want to put these 5 things into it, the rest will come after. GT4 and TSC used car lists. I used to have one of those, but I don't have it anymore. Random. Haven't used it in a while. I think you could find one on GT Planet. You just... It has to be there. Somebody has made that, so it exists. You can find it. So that's as much as I can guide you with that for the time being. That it exists and it shouldn't be too hard to find. Oh, hey. Yeah, I kind of thought about that too, you know, just touching the grass or ground just being like a weakness. That's really funny too. So, how's everyone doing this weekend? Did you all do anything special, or not really? Kind of feel bad about this. You know, I don't feel bad about the NPCs, I just feel bad about not having a more competitive car. This thing's just destroying them. Without any sort of effort from my part. No. Oh. I was touching the steering, by the way. Good old controller. Good old controller. Doing your things as usual. Yeah, the B16T is kind of undrivable, even if you fix its downforce, as I did on the Hybrid Sky. Uh-oh. I'll have to take care of this controller in a bit. Because it's doing its thing once again, where it doesn't respond. It has a delayed response. There's a Porsche band on the lawn of the Naughty Museum tonight. That's really cool, though, Crystal. What did you see? So 1 minute lap? So 1 minute lap? No, barely. Didn't see. Ah. Okay, give me 1 second to just replug this controller and bring it back from sleep mode. Okay, that should be better. Should be better. Sometimes you just have to disconnect it because it's kind of like it goes in a sleep mode or something. Yeah, it's funny that YouTube chat the steering wheel. My typo ended up creating one of the most blessed saves that I had in Randomizer history. I had pretty good luck with Randomizer names as a whole. Everything that you need, you can find in the saves that I made. But this one takes the cake. This one takes the cake. Like, you have a truck on Clubman Cup, a K car on B license or A license. It's so good. This save is near perfect if it has an easy to secure LMP. Hey Holly, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. It also has 2 classic cars. I mean, it has everything you need. You don't need anything else. Well, you kind of do, but still. It has pretty good options. I'm eating raw cornflakes. I did that before. The ones without sugar, right? Yeah, I've eaten those before. But they don't taste bad. Unless they're different in other corners of the world. It's sure. BMW B12 LMR. You know, I never used the LMR on the live stream. I barely used it outside stream, so it'll be an interesting car. I know it's really good though. Favorite TT generation, the first one. The first one by far. Oh, okay. So this morning, right? I had to actually take care of let's say my daily issues, the ones that I use to go out for walks and runs and things like that. You know, not nice bursts that I use when I have to go out somewhat presentably. Those are completely shot, the daily shoes, and I need to replace them, to be honest. But okay, pair of shoes is like $100. So delaying that, I just been repairing them just because, you know, like the tips that that shoes have, they just come undone, and I kind of glue them together back onto the shoes. And yeah, they're trying up there. I mean, they should last a little bit longer until I can actually go and get a new pair. Saw a couple of 356 930s, 993 Correttas, Turbo, 996 Turbos, multiple Boxers and Caymans, 991 GT3s, normal and RS, Cayman RS, GT4 RS, 314s, 914s, will be, 94, a couple of 944s and a Panamera. That's a nice collection later as well. Around here, finding those things will take a lot of effort. Super good. Yeah, I mean, this one, I mean, they're kind of beaten, really. But, you know, they're not broken completely. I can still use them. Because, I mean, they're of decent quality. They're not... I'm really peculiar with shoes because not every shoe works for me. It's like my feet are kind of sensitive to them. They have to be comfortable for me, otherwise they're not gonna work. So yeah, they're just there trying up after fixing them for God knows how many times already. Well, you know, it's just part of the experience, part of my daily life. The things you don't see. Yeah, 914s. It's fine. I mean, 3 and 9, they're on the same row usually, so it's really easy to just mix them. So while I was looking at it, just to find prices for shoes and the like, I come across like this Porsche shoes that are really cool, but they're not exactly what I need, because I need a pair of shoes that I can actually use to do exercise. That's the whole point. So those were too nice for that, so they're not going into they're not there. They're not there on the option list. A-spec, I don't know how many times I had to repeat this, but A-spec points mean nothing in this game. As you can see, like, this grid is completely useless, so we have been doing 5 races with similar opponents, so it's like, yeah, this is kind of proven that they suck against this thing. They're just too underpowered. And the AI is kind of holding back, because that's beginner events for you. The opposite of a cold bath. You will say a warm bath, really. I guess. I don't know. Major achievements forces you to go after A-spec points. Yeah, I kind of know that, but it's kind of a stupid metric, because you can easily exploit it. Sure, retro achievements has like, oh, you can't use this car and that car to kind of work around the issue, but still. If you know what you're doing, you can kind of cheese them. At the same time, AI on some events is different, and it's like the AI gets better at some events, and they're really slow at beginner events, by example. I don't really know all the technical details. I couldn't got GT4 apart. But you can notice that the AI in this event is much slower than later events. The races are fairly short, though. You know your opponents are kind of slow, and the Toyota Caldine is the closest thing to you. Kind of feel bad about that Evo 7. Evo 8, I mean. Anyway. Where's my LMP now? Ah, well, that's actually the complete opposite of an LMP. I mean, I made one which managed to compete against those things, but... Ouch. Now you're making fun of me, aren't you? Holy. That is kind of stupid. Fine. Fine, GT4. Fine. So I have to do World Classics, this. So it's 3 races more. And then MR challenge. Let's just go MR. Question is which MR? Lotus or Sonda? Too far to count is being part of the channel lore whenever possible. It's already part of the channel lore. I mean, it will never not be part of the channel lore already. By the way, if you haven't left a like on the stream, you should while you place your votes for me to choose a car. I mean, both cars are really overpowered for what we're gonna do next. So it's not a matter of challenge. Believe me. It's relatively close, so if you wanna place a vote. On that 4 GT, the LM Spec 2? Ah, no, I never tried it. But if I don't find anything, it's an option. Yeah, they're all almost... They're all just... They don't even have a color to them. Okay, Esprit is winning. Yeah. It's pretty close, though. Alright, Esprit is winning. And if you're watching Olympics, nah. Spree. So a few conversion cars will demand 996 Turbo convert to GT2 and 996 Carrera convert to GT3. Ah. Interesting that people do that. Yeah, my mid-engine cars still look like a modern parking lot. At the NPCs. You'll be experience completed. $68 kilometers, soon to be 69, I guess. Will it roll over before we cross the line? Nah, it didn't roll over. Oh. So, what's this circuit of all places? I wonder if this could actually do GT World Championship. You know the Spirit 350 can actually be competitive if I'm right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, of course. Of course. The NSX is red, it's not orange. The only orange thing is the ASL Garaya there, which I'm going to... Hey, look, it's a green cone. Part of the... Oh, we have a pair of YouTube membership badges scattered across the track. Everyone needs to go driving park. It will produce better racing than what we have now. I know they race at Spa. And it seems like something happened because I heard Russell got... I think it was Russell who actually won the race but got disqualified, and I don't know what's going on now. It's pretty orange to me. It doesn't look orange on my screen. Ah, underweight. Okay. Okay. Unfortunate, I guess. Nah, that kind of sucks. Still, it seems like Red Bull is actually starting to slow down. It's been a couple of races since I heard like they are starting to be challenged. Maybe I'll have to start watching again. Superior Self. That's the entry layers to Paradise City have always been funny to me. You're talking about the city, but then you tell me that the grass is green, and you usually don't associate lots of grass with cities, so it's always kind of funny to me, I guess. It's a pretty good song. Yeah, it's just funny to me. Sure, just cut the corner, who cares? Oh, it's an 87 Lotus on the leaf. It was an 87 spray on the lead. Yeah, and they also used that for Burnout Paradise. Like, I never played the Burnout games, funny enough. Know about them, but never really played them myself. So, yeah. So we went to the other city where the quals are great and the clouds look great. So yeah, I assume that doesn't sound so good. Yeah, it doesn't sound that good, Oh. Yeah, actually, I know those aren't the lyrics, Lucas, so I'm aware. Guess it's just fun to change lyrics from time to time, isn't it? Who hasn't done that before? It's funny because all-wheel drive cars race in Atom Ring Mini, but mid-engine cars race in the full circuit. cars can cheat on you, but cars can. But, you know, cars can also cost you a ridiculous amount of money for sometimes next to no reward. So I guess that's something they share. You went to Paradise City where grass is green and the girls are parents and anime girls. You know, you like what you like, that's okay. We don't judge that in this channel. We do judge if it's illegal though. Just as a disclaimer, don't think that allows you to do things which are wrong. Don't jump the gun. God damn it, I'll have to wash my hands even further because there's still like slight glue residue at times. My god. The things I have to do to just keep myself on the road, I guess. Fixing my own shoes. Oh, Clio B6. Oh, that at least is gonna struggle here. That at least is so out of place here. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty interesting duel. NSX Type R versus Lotus Esprit. Even if the NSX is a bit down on power, even this later cars, but well, a pretty interesting duel because it's much lighter than the Esprit. Hey Kisa, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. The Clio B6 is kind of an oddball, but it's a pretty cool car, and you know, it's one of those cars which make you wonder why they were built, and it's because we could, simple as that. I mean, you tell me, the NSX is just sitting on the back there. But yeah, if you actually had a normal car, which isn't so overpowered like this one for this event, the NSX are usually a problem. So you have to be careful with the NSXs. And MR Challenge if you're trying to do interesting races, you know. Actually, they are quite troublesome to deal with. Especially in New York, because if they start on first... if they start on first place, then they're gonna take off, as usual. Good old GT4 grid. And if they don't start at first, then they're gonna start climbing through the ranks and chase you in the process. Yeah. The NA2 Type R is gonna be quite the car when it comes stateside. Not sure if they made many of them. Do you notice the spray taillights look suspicious like A86 taillights? Really? I mean, to me they look a bit different. I know they're from a car, but I don't think they are from the A86. They look a bit different to me. They just look larger. But if you haven't left a like on the stream, I will appreciate if you did, so we can get this to more people. Two points. Yes. That's... Yeah, I got all the lightweights though. I got all the lightweights in Fuji, so... Oof. That's gonna be so easy. Hey, I guess, dude. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. 4 round 10. Actually, I don't know if they just took them from a part spin. Then again, I don't think it matters. I kind of get annoyed when people say, oh, but taillights from another car. Haha, funny. I mean, it's not that important. I mean, the problem is that if they look good, and most of these designs actually were made with those taillights in mind, so they look proper. And now sometimes you can encounter NSXs, like on the last race. But in this grid there's none of them, they're all just lightweight small cars, which is funny because this is one of the circuits where you want top speed and power overall rather than handling. And yet they're all handling cars. That doesn't keep me awake at night. They're just gonna be there. Not a problem for me. Is that a Stratos? No, it's not a Stratos. No, I didn't have any problems with my save file. You should probably... It's a matter of disabling autosave, because if you're probably using save states, and if you use save states on autosave, you could corrupt the save file quite easily. At the same time, if you save, well, if you have a save state where you switch cars and your save file comes later, you can break your save file there. So usually, all problems with save files, usually if you're playing on emulator, are self-induced. They're not really a problem with the software, they're self-caused by people just overwriting save files after loading save states. Probably because the 2005 variant is kind of boring. Honestly, 90s and 80s is just so much better than the 2005 variant that's on the game. He survived. Hey Alex, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Hey, been okay, I guess. Honestly, July has been a pretty harsh month for the channel. It didn't do well at all. Hybrid Speedio is probably the worst Speedio released in history, and the numbers aren't looking good, let me tell you. But, you know, it is what it is. A bad month really, you know, it's really bad for me. Since I don't really have much leeway when it comes to it's a month by month thing that I actually have to do to, you know, keep things going, but still, we'll find a way. We'll find a way out of it. But outside that, you know, it's been okay. Yeah, Clio B6 is mid-engine. Kind of hard to forget when it's the one of the most outstanding features of the car. The fact that it has a B6 when it's a Clio. How do you fit a B6 in a Clio? Well, you put it on the behind the back seats, of course, and you remove the back seats, and you just make it wider. So you can fit tires which actually don't kill the driver, because you just add a 200 and something horsepower engine to a tiny ass car. You'll bounce back soon. Here's to good luck. Yeah, thank you, Balkan, but I don't know how it's gonna be. I'm hoping that the next video actually does a bit better, but you know, I have to finish it, and I know that I need to do more things, but the thing is, the things I want to do for a daily format or weekly format, I'm not sure if everyone's gonna be interested, so that's something that I need to test, I guess, but still, I don't really want to test things and then be disappointed that people don't want to consume them. '70s cars are not allowed on 1000 miles, it's '60s cars. And I only have the Fair Lady and the Honda 800. It will be better if he just stops declining my card. And don't worry, Senko, it's fine. You know, if it's actually a problem to your daily life, you should look into it, though. I still remember that a few years ago, I suddenly got a mail saying that my card was cancelled, outright cancelled suddenly. So I guess they had an issue at the ATM, because a couple of hours after I used the ATM, my card was cancelled, and I had to wait for a new one. Outside that, I never really had issues, but then again, it's like a debit card. I don't have a credit card. I mean, it will be useful for some things, but in reality, you just don't make enough to actually sustain it, and I don't really want to have something which could actually get me in debt, but I don't have the money, so yeah. For the time being, no credit card for Yellowbird. Oh, this is a 2-lap race, okay. I thought it was a 3-lap. But that means I'm getting another car, so yeah. That's good. I actually have one of those virtual cars, and that's what I use for... That's what the one that I kind of use as a credit card in quotation marks when needed to buy games whenever I can. I haven't bought games in months, though, just thanks to the costs. So, yeah. But I would like to buy something for the channel soon. So what did I get out of this? What did I get out of? I'm not going to say anything this time. I'm not going to be tricked again. Ah! Well, this is a pretty color. At least it's a pretty color. But damn, this is not exactly what I wanted. God damn it. I really like the prelude, but not like this, man. Not like this. This is bad. This isn't fair. NA. Let's go with NA. Drivetrain power. NA turbo. Nah. Okay, let's just look at my cars. This is NA. This is turbo. This is turbo. This is actually an A. This is also an A. This is also an A. M3 is... Yeah, I know the M3 is an A. But that's the obvious choice. I'm just looking at the oddball choices. And there's this thing too. Single overhead cam and a 2-ton in a 2-ton boat. I mean, if we finish the race quicker, we can actually try to search for more cars if needed, but you know, I'm hoping that I don't have to. Yeah, sure, you know. CSL, not CLS. That's a Mercedes. Up, no. Damn. No. Ignore. We are missing 2 options. You'll have to do more than just... I'm not going to drive the 240 for nothing. You'll have to do more to convince me. I don't care how much you cry, I'm not driving that thing. That's like 4 different options, like from overpowered to interesting to anything in between. Pull for nothing? Well, I guess it's nothing. Yeah, of all the Volvo cars, I could just add 2. It's kind of tragic. Volvo had pretty cool cars, but why they added 2 of them all? Out of all of the bulbos they could have had, it's just... Yeah, it's not even... God, it just annoys me how GT seems to treat a European brands at times. It's really annoying. CS, the 3000 GT is winning. 34... 19 boats. Couple of boats more before we take this as completed. Otherwise, the GTs win. The 3000 GT is winning. So if you want to change that, boat. If you don't, at least you could leave a like if you don't want that to change. And vote for the 3000 GT while you're at it. Or whichever car you want me to drive. Yeah, I did make a hybrid out of it and used it for 24 hours of Le Mans. We did do that, yes. "21 boats, so 2 minutes, and I guess that's it. Nobody's spotting anymore. So we have the 3000 GT as the option. Okay. Okay. 3000 GT. Obligatory. Obligatory. Yeah, sure. Why not? I actually like the 3000 GT, but you know, they want like $30,000 for a normal, well, normal quotation marks, DSL, and it's just impossible to afford that. I can't even buy shoes. I'm not able to buy a $30,000 car, let alone maintain it. I will pay that for a turbo though. I mean, 30k for a turbo in good shape. But I know maintaining them is really hard, so that's something else to keep in mind. I'll try to avoid buying the gearbox. Yeah, it is a really good looking car. Stunning car, really. Between gearbox and suspension, I prefer the suspension in this case. Probably gonna get a C3. I mean, you don't know what I'm going to get. And neither do I. So we'll just have to complete these races and see. Just in case. Air Force Spider, I mean... It's not that I haven't thought about it. It's the fact that there's not that many of them. I never saw one with my own eyes either. I've seen normal 3000 GTs. But I never saw one of the convertible ones. I know there's a handful, like... there's less than 1,000. There's very few of them. It's like around, what? 3,000 to 300 to 500? Something small. Really small. But those were pretty cool. I think they were made by the American Sunroof company, as usual. Let's try that. Why is the front so stiff? Hey Ray, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We're just setting up the 3000 GT for racing. We're gonna race against NA cars. Never tested past the first generation of the BR4. Second and third generations were improvements in a huge way. I mean, yeah, they did improve the car, but I guess, like, you know, as time went on, look, the sales were just dropping substantially. So they did sell a couple of them at the start, but then it was worse and worse and worse, and by the end they just didn't move any units. Kind of sad, really. But it is a shame because the car was indeed upgraded over time, and it's like the world never really noticed. Hey Jintei, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm not sure if I will call them generations on the 3000 GT. It was more like facelifts, but it's funny because the 3000 GT had like 3 facelifts, I guess you could say. Or 2. You have the 92 to 95 car. This is the 95 to 97 car, and then you have the 98 to end of the run cars, which are the most desirable ones. And good luck finding one. I guess I'm gonna need that performance chip in the end. Does this thing have a 4-speed? Oh god, it has a 4-speed gearbox. It has an automatic. It has a 4-speed automatic. I am racing a 4-speed automatic car and it just bolted a wing onto it. This is gonna be fun. So much for not applying the gearbox, and suspension was more important, though the handling was more important with this thing. I have to say, with weight reduction and suspension changes, it's driving alright. Hey Daria, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Slushbox. Yeah, pretty much. Slushbox. I know, but I guess, you know, oversleeping happens from time to time. Automatic transmission in a GTO. Yeah, that was the thing. They came with automatics or manual, so you can find both for sale. Even the VR4s came with automatic as options, I think. What's that thing on the lead? That's a TBR. Okay. And then again, the SPX is a weird car. I wouldn't call the SPX a sport car. It was too heavy and bulky too. It's the same case as the 3000 GT. Like, both are just too heavy, too bulky to be actually good sport cars. They're more of a GT type car. Actually, I don't remember which engine this thing's have. Yeah, but the 4A... Oh, God. The 4AG is like it's like the Turbo 4, right? Let's put on that chip just in case. Yeah, for G63 is like the inline 4 from the Evos. Do you prefer roof of Singer? I guess that I like both. I wouldn't say that I prefer one over the other. Singer came later and Roof has been doing the... But then again, Roof's approach is a bit different than Singer, so I just can't put them... I guess I can't compare them because they're a bit different overall. 3000 GT's game was also Northern Chrysler minivans at the time. Yeah, I mean, this is DNA, like the potato version, not the fun one. Imagine like sharing an engine with a minivan of all things. Just, God. And that's not a good sign for your sport car. But then again, the American cars usually share the engine with trucks, so... Yeah. Fair enough, I guess. I really like that shade of teal on the Camaro, though. Yeah, that tire wear tells me everything I need to know. All of the front, all of the weight in this car is up front. So might as well treat this thing as a front-wheel drive car because it kind of is, it seems. Sorry? Yeah, kind of sorry, but not really. It's not bad handling, it's just hefty. Just have to drive it as a heavy car. Is it quick? No, it's not. Is it good? No. But still, you know, you can just live with it, you can just work with it. Yeah, the crazy thing is that this is a transversal engine. It's not a longitudinal engine, which you will expect in this sort of car. I'm concerned about the TVR's health. Let me feed it some grass. You know, you have to look after TVRs. It's not uncommon that TVRs had to be rebuilt shortly after being built, you know, so you have to look after them. Yeah, 3000 GT usually has no events of its own. There are better cars to choose from. Picking the 3000 GT is more of a religious choice than an actual reasonable choice. You just pick it because you like it so much, rather than you pick it because it's good. Or you pick it because your audience forced you to pick it, like myself. Hey, the speed is on third. That's a car I discussed in detail before. I don't think anyone will enjoy driving the 3000 GT. I mean, it's just a car which doesn't lend itself to fun driving. You just pick it because you want to do something a bit more challenging than the average. forced me to pick this Spiker C8. If only we had an event to use the Spiker C8 and if I had it on my garage. Oh well. Actually, I prefer the later 3000 GGs, not the first series. For me, the first series is the worst looking, personally. I think this is the best one. This is probably the best compromise, because the final cars are ridiculously expensive nowadays. Sure, they are the best looking, but they are super expensive. Oh no. Oh god, I almost lose that. I almost lose that. It's will be tricky. I need to defend right before the end. Whew. Unexpected interesting racing? That's a pretty close podium, damn. The rest of the field is just nowhere to be seen. Yeah, BR4 Spider. I mean, the normal BR4 is around 1,700 kilograms, so the Spider is going to be even heavier. It's just part of the course. But if I recall, the 3000 GT Spider had a... No, it couldn't have a metallic retractable roof, right? It was a bit... It had something that made it stand out. Definitely needs a new gearbox. It does, but I don't want to spend the money on a gearbox, really. I have to set up a lot of cars. Good all-wheel drive. Good old all-wheel drive advantages. Oh god, the Camaro is actually outpulling me. What the hell? Oh yeah, this car's had an active wing, and then again the active wing breaks. The suspension is usually replaced, and I'm not sure how the exhaust system works. I don't really remember. Oh no, there's an NSX on the lead. That's a problem. The NSX is a problem. Oh god, I even struggle on the uphills. Well, active air, it was like a tiny wing which just lifted at speeds. But at the time it was pretty cool. Kind of similar to the Porsche wing on the 964s. I got to welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. I'm not catching that NSX. I'm pretty confident I'm not. It's just an NSX, I don't have anything to do against it. They're demolishing me in this circuit. Yeah, good god, they're demolishing me here. For some reason the AI is pretty good on Apricot Hill reverse, and I'm not. I don't like the circuit in reverse. Yeah, they work on Need for Speed 5, like the actual active wing lifts at the intended speed on the 964s, 996s, 993s. Electronic control valves that opened up. So in a way, it had like it past certain RPM, it just didn't trigger. I mean, oh my god, I can't speak. Past certain RPMs, the valves were closed, and once you started giving it some throttle, the valves opened, making more noise. I need to use the M3 for this race. Why? Bringing the M3 here will be like bringing an M60 to a knife fight. It will destroy absolutely everything. Just because I have issues with one car doesn't mean I just need to throw everything away and go for the overpowered car. That M3 is gonna be challenging. Oh, DB7. Race of NAS sports. Why will I apply ballast on a car which is already so heavy and doesn't really have any handling problems to manage? Yeah, I'm just curious about the reasoning behind that. Of all things, the spear is in first place. Yeah, that spear's in first place, alright. He's pulling away, actually. Yeah, no, I'm not catching up to that thing. He's pulling away further and further. It's time for plan 2. Just add in stage 2 and A for this race. 346 horsepower. That's generous. Watch it just be too powerful now. Oh, now, now it has wheel spin, random hiccup attack. That's always good. C5 CO6 is a pretty good car, actually. I don't know how much they want for one. I'm not sure how many of them remain in good shape, but it's a pretty nice car. I like it. Oh my god, I'm gonna... Oh. Eh? So this thing has a 5 speed. Wait, why? Why now? Oh. God, don't tell me I didn't have the... It didn't register the input whenever I pressed Y to upshift, and it made me think that it had a 4 speed. That's kind of stupid, actually. What the hell? Yeah, it's always the same. It used to be the C5, the one which was the cheapest now, and before, and then the C6 was a bit expensive because it was newer. Now it's the C6 is the newer car, and the C5 is actually starting to gain its classic status because it's almost a 20-something-year-old car, and people like them. Oh god. I can catch up to it though. That's what I can catch up to it. The C6 is nice too, I don't get me wrong. But there's something about the C5 which I prefer. Or at least because it has pop-up headlights or god knows what. Yeah, but the ZR1s, the C6 ZR1 is crazy rare. Because I know they released it on, what, 2008, 2009? So there's so few of them. And ZR1s are always really desirable. At the same time, they are super limited, so there's, compared to, normal Corvettes. Which reminds me, the new C8 ZR1 was announced and it has over 1000 horsepower. We have reached the time where even manufacturers will sell you their own power build with just 2 turbos attached to a normal production engine. Yeah, I assume they aren't really hard cars to maintain. Mechanically, they are somewhat simple, no dual overhead cam engines, nothing like that. And if the engine goes, I mean, you don't have to rebuild it, you can just probably put a new motor in it. Probably something a bit more powerful. It might as well, since you're just changing out the engines. Also, I was reading an article about the Dodge Ram, and the CEO of Stellantis said that a lot of Dodge Rams had to be returned to the factory after being built because they didn't meet quality control standards. And many of them just had to be repaired after being built because they were in no shape to be delivered. Yeah, because putting Apricot Hill in reverse is actually a pretty tough circuit. In normal direction is fine, but in reverse a lot of the corners become much harder than they should be, especially that final corner, that wide turn is just really bad. And you have to brake so much for it because it's so hard to place the car, especially if it understeers. You can tell that these turns weren't made to be taken in this direction. You can 100% tell. I mean, it's not an Stellantis problem, it's a problem that they had for years, and they're not probably going to fix overnight. Dodge have always had questionable quality standards, and, you know, the Stellantis has like a ton of brands under its umbrella, so, yeah. In the same scenario, Ford says that it's losing a fortune on recalls because they have to they had to issue so many recalls for their cars that they're actually losing a lot of money in them. Any new quality management? I don't know if it's that simple, really. And I don't understand why all of those brands got together when they are so different from one another. It's not like they could profit from it. I guess I could see Fiat and Peugeot, Citroën sharing a few things, but the American side of things just ain't gonna profit from small hatchbacks and EV platforms that they're making for small cars, you know, small European market cars. And then again, the European side cannot benefit from anything the Americans make because there's not much point. They don't sell those things on their end of the world. So I don't know, I just don't get it. It just doesn't make much sense to me. But what do I know? I'm here playing GT4 while I'm fighting with an obscure car which I brought into light, and my research will probably get stolen again and I'll get none of the credit for it. God. Oh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I completely misjudged that turn and he went wide. What the hell? Don't tell me, yeah, I'm gonna lose the race like this. God damn it. It really is that simple. As I work in automotive manufacturing, it's persisting knows pronouncing garbage management, that's always the problem. Yeah, but the problem with that take is that it ignores the problems at the upper ends of the car industry. It's not as simple as build good car gets sales. There's a bit more to it because you have to manage the fact that car designs are changing every 5 years or so because there's always a new law in place that forces you to rebuild everything. There's also other problems in the list to consider. And simplifying it to like, oh, it's always the problem of the person above me tends to be kind of, you know, short-sighted. Because that's always how it works, isn't it? The people below just blame the people up above in the chain of command, and then it never ends. It just go, oh no, it's not the management says it's not my fault, I wish we could do things different, it's fault of the CEO, we get a new CEO, and the things just happen the same way. So it's not always that simple. It's like everyone's just kicking the ball upwards and saying, no, it's not my fault, it's the guy above's fault. I'm not saying management is incompetent, it usually is. But yeah, there's a lot more in the plate than just we have to build good cars and we aren't allowed to build good cars. I know. In all honesty, I think one of the biggest issues is the fact that a lot of companies are just too big to work successfully. A lot of operations should actually downsize their efforts, first of all, because it's unmanageable. It's clearly unmanageable, given how many faults they have. Smaller production, smaller scales, well, are easier to orientate towards quality rather than just mass market appeal. So usually they have less flaws. For one. You can. It's like saying, I don't know, just having Alfa Romeo and Maserati build mass cars like they were Fiat. You can't do that. There are gonna be issues down the line. Sure, you want to build, enough cars to survive, but at the same time, if you're going to do it just at the cost of quality when you're a luxury brand, then it's not gonna work out. Because your customers pay extra for higher quality, or so they were led to believe by you and your advertising. You see the problem here. Hello, Frappuccino, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Then again, the last, 20 years of Peugeot Citroën were kind of trash, to be honest. They didn't do much. Yeah, Ali, that's another problem. Cars are becoming obsolete so fast that there's no point in actually building higher quality cars. Because the cost of building cars is absurd, and you have to rebuild them every 5, 6, 7 years or so, because there's always a regulation change in the horizon. Okay, I can't pit this thing. We have been stuck here for too long. I want a different grid. My god, it's the second race. Yeah, the grid seems better. They're all boats outside the TVR. Oh, green CLK, that's actually cool. DB7 and CLK, I like those two. They're kind of useless in track, but god, they're so cool. This is maxed out? Nah. I'm not going to waste so much money in this thing, let me tell you. An A stage 3 is like 80,000 credits, I don't have that much money. Yeah, I kind of knew that TBR was going to be the only competitive car in this grid. Didn't know by how much, but it was kind of obvious that the rest were just not up to the task. The thing is, from a development standpoint, I assume it's easier to develop EVs than actually develop a complete car. Combustion engine, this, that, you know, it's just there are more parts that can go wrong. Costs of developing are probably higher. So that's a problem for ICEs, really. As EV technology gets better, the cost of developing them will go down because it's a simpler formula. And the formula to develop ICEs is actually quite complex and has been for decades because there's just so many parts involved in an engine that, you know, they take a lot of time to refine. Even if the formula is kind of perfected already, making an engine is really hard. So that's something, you know, just on the side of EVs, really. The problem is, I mean, the crucial problem that people don't realize with EVs is the fact that there's a lot of artificial demand. I'm pretty sure I explained this before. EVs right now are tempting thanks to subsidies, slash, you know, tax discounts. It's all subsidies. So the real price of EVs is kind of unknown to the average customer, and all they see is like, oh, this is cheaper than the other car, and I also don't have to pay taxes for a year. And I need a new car because in my daily commute has an area which I can't use my old car because it pollutes too much, and I'm fined for it. Yeah, I'll get the EV, sure. That's what they see. And then, you know, all the problems come in and all the costs of EV come in. The tax subsidies disappear and you're left with a more expensive car because in reality it is. And everyone wants to get rid of it. Yeah, exactly. They haven't developed new engines because the cost of developing them is so high. And there's not a huge need when the entire world is going towards EVs, or so they say. In reality, it's more like governments telling them, we're going to ban everything and you have to go full EV in 10 years. So of course they're not going to develop anything. Why would I invest money and develop something which is gonna become outdated in a couple of, you know, years? However, what I find funny, well, funny not, I guess the word isn't funny, what I find interesting is what's gonna happen when the EV, when governments can actually pull the trigger on banning ICEs from sale, right? And people are and demand for ICEs is gonna increase because, you know, just you were telling people that you were going to ban them in 5 years and that ban suddenly moves 10 years to 2050, say. Right? What's gonna happen there? Because when you think about it, cars haven't really advanced that much in the 10 years, you know. It's like things have been kind of stale on the car market. Sure, you get new models, new things, but it's not the same as it used to be. It's all kind of quiet. So what's gonna happen when the ban gets inevitably delayed, because otherwise you'll just bankrupt everyone, and I don't think countries want to bankrupt companies which actually employ a lot of people. That wouldn't be good for both, because, you know, you have to think this is a market, and politicians in a way just work for both. That's the only thing they care about. So leaving a lot of people without work, it's kind of an unpopular measure. And even more so when it's a subsidized industry, because if it's a subsidized industry, you're just making everything worse. So those cases are a bit different. But in this case, where it's an actual industry which just can sustain on itself, the only problem is your loss. Well, I don't think that's gonna go well. So they have to say, fine, we'll just have to delay this. And third world countries are another just Pandora's box when it comes to EVs, really. I'm not even getting there because it's not possible for the time being. It's completely impossible. I mean, by example, the electrical grid here in Buenos Aires has a heart attack and grabs itself constantly when people start using ACs in summer. Can you imagine what happens if people start plugging EVs onto this grid? Yeah, no, it will completely collapse. And it's not a problem of producing energy in the case of Argentina, by example. Argentina produces enough energy to actually have a surplus. The problem is its distribution network is completely abandoned, and so failures arise constantly. So whenever there's high demand, things start to pop all over the place, and you have outages all over the country. So yeah, for third world countries, EV adoption is gonna take way longer if it ever takes place. So I always say my problem with EVs isn't the fact that they exist. My problem is the fact that there's people trying to enforce them. That is the problem, because past the whole stomping over people's freedoms and trying to overrule the market from the government, which is a lesson which you probably learned by now, but I guess a lot of people don't. It's more of a problem of you cannot dictate what's outdated and what's proper to use. It's not something you can do through a mandate. It's something that will happen through evolution, and people will make their own choice. And it's funny because when you start to look at pollution and the like, cars are the main culprit of it. The main culprit of it tend to be planes shipping things that you actually need for the world to, be the world that we know. But I guess cars are easier to blame because it's something you see every day. You don't see the ship coming from, say, China, bringing the merchandise that you need, but you do see cars every day on your commute. I mean, hacking cars is already happening. Either they don't have to be EVs, they are already there's ways to hack into cars already and just break them all together. So that's actually a bit of a grim reminder that making everything rely on computers and OSs isn't a good idea. If something is mechanically, sure, you can optimize it through tech, that's perfect, but it has its downsides. And you have to prepare for those downsides, and if you don't prepare for those downsides, the costs could be absurd. The cost could actually bankrupt if something goes wrong, actually. If something goes really, really wrong, say in a scenario like Takata, where something went really, really wrong by the wrongdoing, you'll go bankrupt. The risk is always there. Well, it's not so much lithium that concerns me, Kiryu, but copper. Copper is probably one of the most... It's gonna be... I'm sorry, I got a bit mixed up in my brain. Copper is going to be the gold of the next decade, I guess. Because everything needs copper when you think about it. Absolutely everything you have in your desk, your room, everything is gonna need copper to some degree. So, trying to source all the copper that's going to be required to just produce more EVs and more of the usual technological stuff that we have already accepted in our lives. Oof, that's gonna be tricky. I admit I don't really know how much available supply of copper there is. So it's just guesswork, you know. But still, it can be that much. And the cost of copper has been steadily increasing over years, so it's gonna even get more and more expensive. Well, yeah, there's also safety concerns with EVs catching fire. Yeah, that has been a problem. That's a serious problem with mass transports like buses. It has happened that EV buses, electrical buses have caught on fire, and the consequences are, to say the least, grim. That's kind of scary to think about, actually. Copper is easier to recycle and more available in nature than lithium. I mean, true. That's true, but still. Lithium's already getting harder to find. Well, it's kind of funny because the three countries which had the most lithium, which is between Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia. Bolivia is a lost cause. They have a totalitarian socialist government, which is it's probably going to nationalize their lithium supplies or do something like that. Chile is kind of on that path. And Argentina is actually trying to make deals to actually allow people to develop the areas that are producing lithium and actually supply lithium to the world. So, yes, copper supply, lithium supplies are going to be hard to find, and it doesn't help that the countries that have those supplies are usually a bit, questionable. That's another problem that's all over the world with resources. And then you have these countries which just make their economy out of exploiting resources, like, say, Venezuela with oil. Which is funny because... that takes me, like, today there's elections in Venezuela. Elections in big quotation marks. Of course, the Venezuelan government is going to just hyper-regulate everything and do fraud. Of course they're going to do fraud. And there's a whole theory of to why they decided to call elections, of all things, in a totalitarian country like theirs. And they are all related to the oil business, of all things. Which makes sense, actually, when you think about it. Because sourcing oil from the Middle East is kind of tough at that moment. And sourcing oil from Russia, it's kind of tough at the moment because they're in war. So, guess who's left? Yeah, in some sort of way that could happen to countries which are rich in lithium, yeah. It's kind of tricky to beat that circle. BMW has already hit the subscription for heated seats. Let me tell you, BMW has gone down the gutter so much. But then again, they're not gonna. There's a difference between having a feature which is part of the car and an extra. like heated seats. You see, you just pay for the extra and you will have it. Yeah, I guess now you have to pay a subscription, and old cars are built the same because it simplifies. Simplified production, just build all the cars the same and restrict the access. It's from a logical standpoint, it makes a lot of sense that you just build all the cars the same. There's less things to actually, just build options, which just makes building the cars much simpler. And you just restrict them from a software standpoint. I mean, from a mass production standpoint, it's a really good idea. But from a customer standpoint, it's atrocious. I was talking about that with someone else yesterday, how option packs are an atrocious way to spec out cars. Because in most cases you are forced to grab options which you don't really want on the car. But if you want a specific option which is only in that pack, then there's no other way to have it, because they won't allow you to choose individual options. Oh, there's an M3 CSL there, and a Pagani V12, and an M3 in the lead. This is an interesting rail. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, sure, maybe if you pay more, but the thing is, I'm not sure if actually manufacturers are actually prepared to tackle those situations outside custom one-offs, right? Because think about it, usually what they do the reason why option packs exist, past the fact that you can just charge more, right? It's just, the reality is that it's much easier to just say, okay, we'll group these things together and we build, I don't know, just option pack 1 for 3000 GT. We'll do all of this. We'll just add all of these extra options. Then option pack 2 has all of these extra options. It's much easier from a building perspective, right? And that's something that we also need to think about, because the final product of the car is just the final product. We need to think about all the steps that come previously if we want to understand why cars are the way they are. And that's important. Usually car enthusiasts ignore those sort of things. So I understand why all of these things exist. And at the same time, I understand why speccing out a one-off will be more expensive. And in a way, if you give me the option to choose it individually, I don't think it's wrong to just pay more. It's gonna be harder to build those cars, because you will have to take them off the production line and do a different set of steps to actually add all the parts. It's a one-off build, so of course it's gonna come with a slight premium over it, and that's okay. I don't think that's wrong. But from what I know, that option doesn't exist really. Not many brands are actually building one-offs, and even then, if they are building a one-off, I don't think they will let you choose options individually. Yeah, the new M5 is a bit of a disappointment. The new M5 is heavier than the Range Rover. I'm not sure. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I remember reading an article a few days ago, like, you can actually lower the weight of your M5 if you option this if you put these options into it, and the weight reduction was minimal. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, your sports saloon is heavier than an H2 Hummer. Yeah, it's... I mean, it's a saying, it's not literally, but... Yeah, it does feel that way, you know. It's insane. When I heard the stats, it was like, what the hell? And the car looks awful too. It's not even an attractive car to look at. It kind of looks like a bad GTA car. If they placed the big grills, it would have been the final insult. And a few weeks ago, I think I remember encountering an article which from a BMW designer saying that they are actually happy or something just making controversial designs. And my question is like, yeah, sure, make the controversial designs, but the thing is, you'll be hired if people want to buy the cars you design. If you keep designing shit cars, then nobody's gonna hire you. So good luck. Yeah, this 3000 GT makes the new M5 look like a transatlantic ship. A few days ago, I also encountered an article from a Mercedes-Benz executive or something saying that it only takes a bit of time to get used to the new inline-4 engine on the C63s. Ow, no! No! Ow! Ow! Terrible design. The Bangle 7 Series is unfair. I think it's a good-looking car. It has aged really well. Subjective, I suppose, but it is a pretty good car. A lot of people give it a lot of a hard time when it's really unfair. BMW has built really good cars through the 2000s. Their downfall started, 5 or so years ago. We don't have to go 20 years back to say, oh, I guess nobody can say the 46 3 Series is bad looking, the D60 M5 is bad looking. They were alright until the late 2010s. You're saying about the C63 in line 4? What I was saying is that they were saying like, oh, it only takes a bit of time to get used to the inline 4, like comparing from coming out from a B8. I don't think it's gonna be that easy for people to accept it. We're cooking between the 70s and 99. Yeah, but that's everyone. Cars were much better looking, like on the last century. That's just a fact. And it's kind of unfair because they were fighting a different battle. Cars from the 2000s didn't have to put up with more regulations than cars from the 90s, the 80s, and the 70s. So yeah, of course they're gonna be better looking if the designers have more freedom to work, and they don't have to meet all of these regulations, fuel consumptions, aerodynamics targets. I don't know, I just think it's an unfair comparison when people do that. I would like to see how, if cars from the 70s have to be designed with the same restrictions that cars from today had to be, how they will look. Just out of curiosity, really. It's not a... It's not just being rude of anything, it's just kind of what it is. M5, yeah, the M5 is with every 10, it's just, you just need to look after it, yeah. It needs a lot of babysitting. But then again, the later F10 B8s also need a lot of babysitting from what I just seen. They also have issues and they can grenade themselves. It's always the same with performance cars. You're playing a game of compromises. Getting into a performance car thinking it will be reliable as a Ford Fiesta is... You know, you kind of deserve what's coming to you. It will never be that, because those cars are built on the limit. And issues always come when you're operating at the limit. Some are worse than others. Some are better developed than others. Absolutely. Yes, there are better cars than others in that aspect. But, you know, it's still a performance car. You cannot just expect it to be a 1.9 TDI when it comes to reliability. Yeah, the whole screens on cars issues pretty hypocritical. Especially when there's already proof of screens being an actual hazard for road safety because people get distracted with them. Isn't there also like a flaw on the E92 M3, I think it was, in which some parts of the engine which should have been metal were plastic or something, and they break and they can destroy the entire engine? I think it was related to oil issues or something like that. I don't know. I'm probably going off memory here, like going off obscure memories that suddenly have in my brain. By the way, if you haven't left a like on this stream, it's really important that you do, because this channel is slowing down thanks to YouTube's policies, and it will be pretty nice if we could actually turn it around and tell YouTube that this channel is actually really good. So if you haven't, it only takes you a second to leave a like. And if you can help me out, this has been a really tough month, so any donation helps at the end of the month, and we're approaching the end of the month, so everything helps. And I want to eBay, but you know, that's the truth of it all. I'm far away enough. Could deal with the screens if there were physical controls on the dashboard. Yeah, if you had shortcuts to do X or Y, it will be much easier, but no, you have to look at the screen. Well then. Everything is forgotten for a few minutes, well, seconds. It is time to wait and see which prize car I have gotten. It is yet another Honda. And I'm just staring at this thing in silence. I mean, it looks cool. I love these things, but this is not what I need. This is not what I need. Do you like the 39M5? Yeah, you really do. Turbo. No, I haven't done the Type R event because we're just trying to complete everything before GT World Championship. Turbo cars. GS300. That's a turbo car. This is an NA car. You have seen a lot of service, so you're not going to enter the poll. You know, this is gonna be a pretty bad idea. Oh god, it's gonna be such a bad idea. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I guess that enters into the poll now. Probably the Evo. The Evo hasn't seen a lot of action. Spree has seen a lot of action, so I just don't want to put it in there, but yeah, it's turbo. Twin turbo at that. The RX-7. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We have 4 interesting options. Okay. New poll. Make your choice. No, just wait. Evo 6 is winning. Oh, Evo 6 is winning by a lot. E39 M5 in Imola Red. That's cool. I will settle with a manual. When did you get the Evo 6? At the start of the playthrough. Holy, the Evo 6 is winning by a mile. I wasn't expecting that. But you know, chat has spoken. There's no way that trend's gonna change. Especially with like 20 votes in it. TME with steel rims and everything. GS300 wasn't even there. Yeah, it was there in the poll. You can actually add a GS300 by modding into Underground 2. And it looks really good. It's a really good model. Wing. Mines, of course it's gonna be mines. Oh, I got the gearbox on this thing, good. Hate the wheels on the Evo. They're staying. Let me tell you, they're staying. Yeah, this is really lightweight. Just in case. Shanta de Chapa. Steel rims, or will be in English, the area. Also known as steelies. I have suspension. Do I have gear ratios? Yeah, probably. Yeah, these are those gear ratios. I drove this thing before. You know, this car drives alright, so I'm not gonna put suspension on it. I'll save myself those 20k. Not too sure. I mean, the car drove alright whenever I used it, so it's a pretty good car, the Evo 6. Could be much worse. To be honest, I was expecting you all degenerates to actually force me to turbocharge the Integra. Oh, I think I'm a bit overpowered for this. Switchy Speedway, we'll just down-tune later. Oh, holy understeer. Fuji 80s, which is funny. He's gonna go wide. My god, he's gonna go. He's going. Holy. That car has too much power and not enough good handling, it seems. Yeah, carbon fiber bonnet. Yeah, it just needs handwriting. Instead of mines, we'll have the third world knockoff. Yours. There. Creativity plus 100. Not all of them. The GTRs don't need it because if you add BCD or limited slip differential on the GT4, you break the all-wheel drive system. And you can manage without the torque split, the BCD. But this thing has it. I mean, it's not a mandatory upgrade. Personal preference, but if you want to save the 10k, if you really need to save the 10k, I mean, yeah. Of course, it will kind of help, but you still have to put up with understeer even if you have a 90-10 split. So it's not the be-all end-all, you'll still have to cope with some things. I will say a GT wing is much more efficient at correcting understeer than BCD, and it's 10 times cheaper. Yours is already done in TX32. Yes, true! True, it exists on Dog Extreme Racer, right. I'm not even original for that, you know. That's kind of painful. PNRs are rear-based. Yeah, but it's not just that they are rear-based. It's more so that in some way the way the all-wheel drive systems on the GTRs work is the fact that it's the way that they don't have two differentials like a normal all-wheel drive car. They only have one in the rear. So when you apply the differential upgrades or the torque split, GT4 automatically gives them a front differential. So you kind of ruin their handling. The Skylines still like to understeer naturally until the BCD is upgraded. That is not true. That is absolutely wrong. The GTRs have oversteer. They drive more like a rear-wheel drive car than an all-wheel drive car. There's only one real car that requires a BCD upgrade, the TT 1.8. Does the TT 1.8 come with... Because for some reason the stock center differential has a 100% zero split or something. I can actually explain that. So, the original TT, right, it doesn't have a traditional all-wheel drive system. It has a Haldex system. And how Haldex works is, until it detects a loss of traction on the rear wheels, the car is effectively a front-wheel drive car. So what they were trying to emulate probably is that. The problem is that GT4 just can't emulate that. So it's probably stuck as a front-wheel drive car. Isn't the TT 1.8 front-wheel drive? No, it has all-wheel drive. Well, it has the Haldex system, which is, you know, just kind of a different all-wheel drive system, as I had explained before. 3.2 Quattro, yeah, but there were also 1.8s with all-wheel drive offered. It wasn't exclusive to the 3.2 V6. I think you could. The front-wheel drives got a less powerful engines, and if you wanted to go with a more powerful engine, you had to go for the Quattro options. Quattro option, I mean, that's... Go for the all-wheel drive car. That seems to be a trend with Audi, in the sense that you could get a car without all-wheel drive, but it will be less powerful. Yeah, the high tire wear on front tires is more of an overall condition of all-wheel drive cars in GT4s, not exclusive to one car. Absolutely all of them do the same. None of them have balanced tire wear. Yeah, it's really crazy how a tiny bit of wheel spin or understeer can actually put a lot of stress on your tires on GT4. You can notice that over time. It doesn't seem to be speed which actually causes tire wear. Well, yeah, it does, but you put more stress on the tires by just taking corners and understeering, oversteering off them. Oh, I didn't downgrade the car. Nah. I completely forgot. Case in point, look at this Evo, look at those green tires already, and the rear is just almost concrete blocks. I mean, they're suffering some wear, but compared to the front tires, not at all, nothing. All of the stress is going on the front tires. That is because, well, they have less grip. They're just understeering. Hey Randomax, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I'm aware that they're transversal, because I know that about the 3000 GT. Yeah, you're just probably using the tires. You're using the tires more. You know, you have all the same time. All-wheel drive cars have more weight over the front axle too, because they have all the all-wheel drive parts to them as well. It's not just, you know, the engine and then you're just driving all the power to the rear wheels, and probably have the gearbox on the rear in a lot of cars, which helps distribute weight. Actually, I don't really know where most all-wheel drive cars have their gearbox. That is actually a good question. I know some have a transport gearbox, and you know they have it on the rear axle, which is helpful, but not all of them have that luxury, right? There are still some FR cars in this game that are fronts, mostly the ones the front grip compared to the rear grip. See almost every road going Mercedes. You know, I have this theory that GT4 uses, you know, when you said that FC a few days ago when I was streaming about the TBRs, that they have higher grip modifiers on the rear than they do on the front, which causes that understeery feeling that they got, right? So I think I have this theory in which that in order to simulate front heaviness on cars, what they did is just lower the grip modifiers on the front and just increase them on the rear to give them that understeery feeling of having all the weight hanging over the front axle. Of course, I'm not there to, you know if that was their intention, but to me it always felt that way. That you had those big FR cars with a big engine up front, which understeer, and when you look at the stats will actually explain that feeling. But in order to achieve that feeling, they had to do things which are a bit counterintuitive, because you know you're just playing with a game engine. They're not real physics, so what they're doing is just trying to emulate real physics in quotation marks by just doing weird things on the game engine. They have, yeah, but that's a bit of a realistic stat, having wider tires on the rear and narrower tires up front. So, how do you access grip modifiers? I made a guide on how you could access all of those things and edit cars on GT4. It's on my channel. You'll find there You'll probably find there a Google Docs spreadsheet which has all the stats on grip modifiers, and it also teaches you how to access them yourself. How to deal with downtuning of this car, it seems. Please, I don't want to use the GT Spec 2 LM for GT World Championship. I never used that thing. Cover car for the win. Yeah, you know, it will be interesting that I actually have to use the cover car for once. If only the cover car was actually good and it didn't suck. And it wasn't outclassed by most actual Group C or LMP cars. If only. They're located on the chassis stat. I kind of explained that on my video, that's why you shall watch it. Everything is there. You'll find out most important things by just clicking and hearing out how things work. Spec choice and the cover car. Yeah, but you know, if I start doing races which are detours, and we're never going to end this. So I would like to see if it's possible with the cars that I have in my garage, really. Nice, at 205 again. He's out pulling me on a straightaway. The heck? Yeah, grip modifiers are under chassis on Spec DB. And the SQLite databases, I mean. By the way, if you're curious, you should watch my hybrid speed, because I give you the name of each stat on the software given to access them, which makes it less confusing, because when you open those databases, their names don't make any sense. Most of them. So you will not understand what you're saying there. Sure, that works. Firewalls are experiencing a bit of wear for once in their life. I find it funny how big the wing is for the Evo 6, though. It just seems bigger than usual. I don't know, maybe it's me. But it looks a bit bigger than usual on this car. I don't know. Could have been a bit lower. Maybe we'll be fine. But like this, it just looks a bit exaggerated. Maybe that was their intention. I don't know. Midfield Raceway for the final race. Now we have to do one race more. And then we'll get prize time. Oh, GNX. And SC300. Those are pretty cool cars. Even if they do weird things like just weaving in at the start of the race. It's always nice to return to the circuit, and I just really like Midfield Raceway. It's a shame that it's not featured on more races, really. It's a pretty fun circuit to go fast. It would have been fun to have in GT World Championship, but I guess we had to drive on 4 urban circuits instead, like Opera Paris, in reverse, rather than this circuit, which is actually fun. Having fun, that's not allowed. Thing is, I only have 2 classic cars, and the next set of races that I have to do is the World Classics Championship, right? So choices are going to be pretty limited. Yeah, this is an Evo 6. Limited to the point that I only have 2 cars to choose from, so there's that. We'll see how that goes. Man, I have to realize that I'm not sitting properly. I'm being really awful when it comes to my posture. That's really bad. Really, really bad. I should probably just try to get closer to the microphone. That will actually help if I don't have to lean over to actually reach the microphone. That will be good. Really good. Picture. I mean, yeah, it's a resto mod car with, you know, GT logic. But yeah, it doesn't make much sense because it's running a modern engine. Maybe you can get an AC427. Eh. I don't know if I want that. I really like the AC427, but I don't know if I wanted. That was my price car. Oh no. I don't know what the hell happened there. That was a strange... The car just flipped on its back. I guess it was just turning while braking and it just caused it to flip. That was weird. Thank God it didn't cost me the win though. Yeah, I already have a classic car. Why do I need another classic car? The Supra and the SC300 are both late, 5th and 6th. Which is really funny because those two are platform brothers, sisters, whatever. They're just same platform cars. Maybe an E-Type, but I don't need another classic car. I already have 2 classic cars and they're pretty good. I need something else. Nobody cares about classic cars. Ah, this is a duplicate. I already got one of these. I think. Ah, that's another race which was a waste of time then. Eh. I have one. I guess I... Yeah. Dude. Really? Yes, I did them at the start of the playthrough. The K car races. Because I got a Copen as one of my first cars. Can you explain the challenge? Simple. You vote whenever I open a poll to say which car I will use. Try GTW with the XJ220. That's a terrible idea. The XJ220 sucks. It's a really bad race car. No, I didn't do the Subaru 1 make. I didn't do most 1 make, so... Yes, I did Italian races. By the way, if we're going to start doing all sorts of races that I have for all the cars in order to search for something, we're never going to end this. So, if we start... How have you done X? Have you done Y? The answer is probably yes, no. It doesn't really matter. You think the XJ220 will do it? Yes, the rewards are randomized. I also have the Spec 2 GT. The XJ220 is kind of a shit race car, to be honest. A really bad race car, I don't like it. Let's have this thing. Got the cover car before completing the game. I got the A4 touring car too. And this. Oh yeah, I have this. This could be an option. It's a JGTC car. I think this is too slow to compete with GTWC cars. GT probably. Yeah, this is not changing. Fair Lady wins. Yeah, the GT was my bet. I didn't want to, but it was my bet. But I forgot I had that NSX. And that has JGTC downforce, right? So maybe... I'm not too sure about if it has good grip or if it has atrocious grip. But it could be an option. NSX JGTC kind of sucks for GTLBC. Real slow gear shifts and... yeah. Torque. Ah, unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Still have one shot to get something better. You know, this could be possible. Oh, that Gilia on the lead is just so cool. Yeah, the C2 could probably be an issue in Nürburgring. We'll be fine. We have handling on our side. And no, the power of good intentions, I guess. I know you all don't have good intentions for me. You just want to break me. Mentally. But still, it's fine. I'll survive. I've been through worst. If I have survived 25 years, I can survive a bit longer. Let's see how. No, this is the Nissan Fairlady. The Honda lost out by a massive amount. So this is the winner. We're using the winner. It's a really good looking car, let me tell you. I really like this thing. Gears might be a problem. I think I'm running the stock gearbox because expensive. It's fine, life gets in the way, Jordan. I hope you're well, though. Don't have to worry about that. Ah, I didn't... Well, at least I got one. At least I got one. This car has decent handling. The good thing about this tournament is that the races are relatively short. Some cars do have seamless shifts. Or at least much faster than other cars. There's another circuit with corners, so those two are going to be completely out of the question. Something I noticed about that C2 Corvette ride is that on the side it has the badges for a fuel injection car, which was the most powerful engine available for the C2 in 1963 was the fuel injected 327 V8. However, while the GT4 here car has the badges on the side of a fuel injected car, it has the least powerful engine out of them all. Which is really funny. You should have noticed that. Another thing to note about the 63 C2 is the fact that all engines had the same displacement. So they were all 327s, the engines you could order, but they all had different performance ratings, probably based off compression and things like that. Don't really remember much of their specs. But usually what they did is just they gave you an engine with lower compression, an engine with higher compression, different parts, and they just had a bit more power out of those. Usually for muscle cars. I should have bought the LSD if I wanted this to feel a bit more planted, really. It feels a bit slidey right now. But then again, it doesn't affect handling that much. The car just drives well enough. It's just more of a setup preference than anything else. It doesn't really affect the pace of the car. It's just a preference of mine. Suspension is fine, all I had to do was just buy the sports suspension kit, which is the cheapest. Usually for classic cars that's a pretty good upgrade, because they come with really soft spring rates from factory. And that usually gives them way too much body roll. But then again, the stiffer isn't always better in GT4, there's a limit. Usually you prefer cars to be softer. But classic cars are just too soft. Yeah, I admit that you never had to go past into the 10s for spring rates. I've seen people just recommend setups which have like almost max spring rates, and that's just insane. The cars are really atrocious to drive with those numbers. So you want to be on the softer side, you know, everything from 4, 5 onwards to until 9, 10, depending on the car. Usually you don't even have to go into 9, 8s are good enough for most cars. Oh, hey, it's everyone's favorite circuit. This is probably the only circuit where I'm going to be outclassed by the C2. I mean, we could skip this race and save ourselves 7 minutes, but I guess it's too late. I should have asked that before I press start. More like 8 minutes, really. Oh well. What's done's done. So yeah, all of the 3 back markers are going to be real easy to overtake, but the SL and the Corvettes, I think, are going to be a bit trickier here because they have more room to build their speed. And they beat me. Well, I'm not sure that they beat me, will be their accurate word. I'm a bit slower than they are on top speed. That will be the best way to put it. But I think we're relatively matched. If I... Depends on their gearing. I don't really remember their gearing. Seems the 300 SL is slower. Yeah, I know I can quit at any time, but yeah. So it seems the C2 has more speed than I do, but I'm faster than the SL. At least on this straightaway, probably in the final one, it does a bit better. Because it's longer. And it probably has bad acceleration based off long gears or something like that. I don't remember the stock setup of the SL at all. Neither I remember the stock setup of the C2, to be honest, but I have a better idea of what it is. Yes, I have used it much more. That's a nice shade of blue, though. The throttling never hurt anyone. It will be a pretty bad idea to just go and start to make contact with the C2. The C2 is a block of steel. It will destroy everything that comes into contact with it. Alright, Randomizer, thank you for dropping by. Well, here we are, I'm just making contact with it. Good old Japanese spy is allowing me to win a battle which should have never been won. If I made contact with that thing, this car will bend itself apart. It will just split in two and be nothing but a yellow wreckage. Yeah, but can it actually reach that speed? The gears allowing it to reach that speed, and the car actually reaching that speed is actually a bit different. That's kind of what I meant. Because probably, you know, sure, the gears are long enough, but the car doesn't have enough acceleration or power to reach those numbers from stock. So that's why it fell behind, and I managed to overtake it. It probably needs too much space to actually reach top speed, and by the time it reaches it, I have already pulled away from it, and it doesn't have enough ground to cover at top speed to actually catch up to me. You know, just my thoughts. Well, the C2 is nowhere near. Which is good, it means that they lose a lot of time through the corners. And here comes the section where my Nürburgring amnesia is triggered. So it will be good to see if I can actually hold the lead or actually lose time. Six seconds already. Yeah, handling isn't on their side, and this section is pure handling, so... If I drive well, that 6 could flip and turn into a 9. with ease. Yeah, that 6 remained the 6, so I'm holding. At least I didn't lose time. Can't win every battle in this life. Uh-oh. An issue with this cars is that they don't have good stability at high speeds. In fact, they have atrocious stability at high speeds. I wonder if I'll reach top speed here. I mean, I probably will. He's gaining already. Then again, that section before the straightaway was a complete disaster, so it makes sense. They lost time to it. I'll have to keep an eye. I don't want to be suddenly surprised by a C2 Corvette. Just wouldn't be good enough. Wow, he actually lost time. A lot of time. Yeah, he should have gone for the cones. In the end, it was a 9-minute race, so I was 2 minutes off my estimates. So, what do we have here? Monaco. Good old Monaco. Good old overtake-free Monaco. Yeah, it's gonna be relatively easy. Monaco at home. I mean, it is a carbon copy of Monaco, it just isn't called Monaco. It's called Côte d'Azur, which is... yeah. Close enough. I don't remember what's the last circuit for this event, though. I don't remember it at all. I just can't think of anything which was fitting for the last race of this championship. So I've been trying to think for 2 laps what's the final race of this, which comes... This is the 4th one, so we only have 1 more. I just don't remember it at all. Sub 2 minute lap? Ah. Almost. Almost. By the way, that top super chat slot has been looking really empty for the last couple of streams, you know. Oh, it's Laguna Seca. Without it will be pretty easy for someone just to fill that top super chat. Given that there's no competition. Uh-oh. Sure, I avoided contact, but at what cost? Not too much, and they got the overtake anyway. Uh-oh. Whew. I almost hit that tire barrier. Almost. Yeah, it's gonna be easy. Honestly, I don't have GT7, so I don't really follow much on the updates, but I've seen that there's glitches happening with the new update. And then I saw that Polyphon is actually asking for more beta testers. Funny timing, if you ask me. Alright, got to have a good night. Thank you for dropping by. GT7 is the worst GT. I don't know. I mean, I haven't played it, so I can judge. I would like to try it myself, so I can actually talk about it, but I cannot afford it. For one, a PS5 is like $1,000 in here, so that ain't happening anytime soon with main numbers. Man, I'm tired of being completely broke, let me tell you. Oh yeah, I get a car now. I forgot. What will it be? It's probably going to be something atrocious, given the track record of this stream. My good luck has seemed to run out. Ah, well, look at you. Of course. What else could it be? What else could it be but the most common car in the entire game? I don't care that it's a good color. I absolutely don't care. It is not a good car for my efforts. Get out of here. Why this is a separate car? Because a special color, limited run. I don't know, GT4 had to bloat its car count and they used Nissan for that. Where are you? Where are you? Here, okay, so GTLM, XJ220 and NSX. There we go. Final set of cars. The final three, of course. Ford GTLM, Jaguar XJ220, and the Honda NSX JGTC. While you're there, if you haven't, it will be good if you left a like on the stream, because it really helps out the channel, and I really do need a lot of help to continue doing this. It's been a really tough month. So everything helps at the end of the month. Just gonna wait until a couple of boats more come in. It's only 12 boats. So we need a couple more boats. There's 29 viewers right now. I don't know if you 29 viewers are going to have quite the show, so we're going to do things which normal people don't do in this game. Usually people play this game while they're asleep and let B-Spec do everything for them. We don't do that in this channel. We do things a bit different. And by different, we mean challenging. 13 boats. There's only... It has been a while, so I guess that's it. Only 13 boats. You want the 4 GTLM to win? If not, then start voting for your other options. Otherwise, I'm going to end this poll because this trend doesn't seem like it will change anytime soon. So, what are you gonna do? Alright then, GTLM it is. Okay then. Hey, cover car. Why am I going to... Yeah, no, I don't need that. Not no weight reduction. Just in case. Yeah, I expect the JGDC car to get more boats too. This is a good idea, no? Sure. If only I could repaint this thing, but I can't. By the way, give me a second, I'll need to use the bathroom. Just one moment. Okay, I'm back. People underestimate the Vertigo is really fast even for the 1 minute. The Vertigo is an atrocious car for GTWC. I explained that on my hybrids video. The tire wear is atrocious because the engine is broken, so it's probably one of the worst choices you could make for that championship. The only place that the Vertigo is good is on a straight line. Huh? Really? Really now? Do I have to buy that? That will be weird. Usually it comes stock on race cars. Huh? Wow. Insane. Absolutely insane. Well then. That's something I didn't expect. Why? I don't understand. I don't know. But you don't have... You don't have any... You don't have the brake balance setting. Let me steal a setup. Okay, yeah. We're gonna steal a setup for this thing. Oh, it's gonna be really hard to actually do this. Have to alt tab constantly. $705, so that's it. 896. So let me tell you, just alt tabbing to remember all the numbers takes me a while. That's a long second gear. Let's try with a shorter final gear. Suspension. What's the important parts? Okay, it's relatively... Huh, it's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. How's the LSD? 40, 60 and 12. Okay, that took a bit longer than I expected. Well, probably should put this at 0 and then try it at 1. Just in case. Save state 1. Gonna do a couple of test laps before heading into the race. You know, you all might think this is too much prep work, but you know, it takes a bit of time to actually make sure everything works. A bit of patience never hurts. If everything was now, then we will lose a lot of time trying to actually see if the car is viable. Those brakes aren't good. Those gears are kind of weird. 5th and 6th gear are too long. Want them to be shorter. Otherwise they're just wasted. Bit of understeer there. Do I like how this car drives? Kind of. It's not bad, but it's not good either. It's like it's lacking a bit of grip. It's more so the fact that 5th and 6th gear are kind of useless. And braking sucks, which I don't like. Of course that happens. You want to make the turn fast, but you don't have downforce, so when you realize you start braking and then the car flips, because you're in the middle of the corner. Getting used to the braking zones with this thing. Honestly, I don't have much experience with Forza. I only played Horizon 4, 5, and the latest 8. I really want to play the older Forza games, but they're near impossible to play. And I'm not in a position where I can spend a fortune on original hardware and copies. You're joking. You're joking. You have to be joking. Of course I understeer and just crash into the wall. Of course. The only thing that I don't like about this practice run is that it doesn't show me tire wear. So I have no idea how good or bad this car is on tire wear. I never used it on long races, so I have no clue. I don't remember. So if I have to stop on the race, that could be really bad. I hope I don't have to stop on the race, though. The 130 lap. Okay. Yeah, I think I understand this thing now. So I'm just to avoid putting miles on it. I'm gonna I'm gonna just load back the save state. And here we go. Time to the GT World Championship. All of you are in for a treat. You don't see the cover car usually tackle the GT World Championship because it's your reward for completing it. But you know, you're a special kind. You get to enjoy things which the rest of the world tends to ignore because they're busy. I don't know. I don't know who they watch, but they sure as hell don't drive like I do. Or do the things that I do. I don't like the R8 on this grid. But we'll just keep it as an option, sure. So what can you pit with this? That is a good question, Holy. I kind of like this grid. Speed 8 is really good. So we'll just save and keep it as an option. Okay, what do we have here? Oh. The R92 CP and the Minolta are a problem, but they all have really high tire wear, so I'm not too concerned. The GT1 on the R390 are the GT1 on the R390, they need no introduction. And the Camaro LM is just the Camaro LM. Honestly, I think this is a good grid. I think this could be a good option, but there's a couple of things I want to change on the setup before anything. I can't make this longer, and I can't make this longer either. I could probably shrink the final drive just so slightly. You know, maybe this is good enough to start recording actually, so why not? Why not? Let's see how it goes on the first race and then. 79 big points. I actually got a setup from Zikanji in his list of tunes. That's why I just was copying a setup, and I say I will steal a setup, Kason. We'll probably share his list of tunes on Discord if all of you are there. Okay, speed doesn't seem to be an issue, which is good. At least at first glance. Yeah, GT4 has a lot of race cars which are kind of stuck in no man's land because they're too fast to beat JGTC cars and they are too slow to beat LMPs. There's a lot of cars which actually fall on that placement. Oh god. I almost started sneezing again. Yeah. Oh, great. Great. Attempt number 2, I guess. Really needs to be driven like a real engine car. Yeah, I kind of noticed on my practice that it just doesn't have the best braking. And it understeers a lot while braking, and so you just kind of had to drive it a bit differently. I assumed it was because I was driving it like an LMP, when in reality it's much heavier. And less downforce, and probably less grip. Take a bit before I get used to this thing again. The R92 CP and delay is a problem that it just takes off. Oh god, get out of here. Hey Holy, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships to this channel. I really appreciate that, getting us slightly closer to our goal, and pretty much carrying the channel, it seems, this entire month. Thanks a lot, man. That's massive. That's always helping, especially when it seems to be YouTube doesn't seem to like me anymore. Okay. Let's go. Again. Something weird I noticed that the fact that it doesn't have a brake balance adjustment, and you cannot buy it either. I don't know why. Seems like an oversight. The good thing is speed doesn't seem to be an issue, it's just handling which is. You may say that's bad. Depends how you look at it. I would reroll if I were you. I mean, I could try this again. I could try rerolling again, sure. But otherwise we're going to reroll until we have a grid without Group C cars. If that's even possible. Which by then, sure, I could remove the NA kit and we'll have an interesting challenge in our hands, but yeah. Yeah, no, I cannot keep up with that R92CP whatsoever on the lead. Yeah, but nobody chose the NSX, so we can't use the NSX. Yeah, I know the R92CP and the Minolta have to stop. That's kind of why I chose this grid, because in the end I know they'll stop, but I don't know how well my tires will do, and... yeah, I can probably beat the GT1. I already gained a second on the R92CP. Yeah, the best LMP for tire wear is actually a Pescarolo, it's not the R8. Man, it's so funny when people try to actually lecture you and you actually know more than them. Yep, GTWC. Okay, no. We'll spin. I mean, who in the right mind will say the Pescarolo has bad tire wear? If someone says that, like, the completely ignore anything they have to say afterwards. Jesus. At least try something before making a judgment call. Got pretty close to the GT1, but handling got the best of me. By the way, Tikkanji, now that you're here, I actually noticed that your setup has a bit of a weird suspension ride height adjustment, and I didn't do it. What's the point of the ride height adjustment, and what does it do which will make the car better? Because I didn't put it, I just went max front rear because it was 110mm stock. Hey Jadux, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Hey, Slipstream. Be careful with second gear because with shorter final, We have wheel spin. But at least I don't stall on the straightaway. Uh-oh. I have to be really careful with that corner, because that corner is going to kill my tires. And it costs me so much time. But it's such an annoying corner, because if you brake before it, you have to brake so hard that you still lose a lot of time. It just doesn't have the downforce to take it at the speed that you should take it on this against these opponents. We just township a bit faster. 195 to improve its turn off. Oh. Ah, that will explain a few things. Okay, I'll just change that. Alright, thanks. I didn't try it, so I didn't know. I was planning to ask you after the stream, actually. That will actually help, yeah. But still, if I can survive without pitching. What the hell? How did it gain 4 seconds on me? How? Oh, go fuck yourself. Really? Really? This is gonna be fun. Yeah, I've been bonked. Okay, let's go and try this again. Hey, that's a bit better now. Yeah, that's more like it. Still understeers a little bit thanks to the lower downforce, but still, it's fine. It's a bit better now. You just have to lift off and correct. Which you can't do at real high speeds, but you can actually place the car properly after braking now. Hey, yeah, I can work with this. If I don't have a car by my side, I can actually work with this. I don't care. Who cares? I'm not gonna give them, that Minolta the pleasure of crashing into me again. Oh no. Was it the fact that I was sleep streaming of the GT1 which kind of fucked my braking there, because I braked so much earlier than usual. And still, I went straight into the wall. So I don't get it. Oh no, I have slipstream on this corner, that's actually really bad for your handling. Hey Gogo, welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Michael is streaming here. What of you two? He's gonna crash into me. Sorry GT1, you just have to minimize damages. And I'd rather crash into you than be rear-ended by the Minolta and end up in the wall. Oh, there we are, Minolta. Get out of here. We'll catch up later anyway. Ah, see? It didn't even take a couple of seconds before he caught up to me. Come on, get out of here. You're getting a bit unbearable. Really told, Tokyo 246 is a bit of a peculiar circuit. So it's an indication of how hard the championship will be. Usually it's one of the hardest races. I don't outpull the Minolta, which is bad. Because I would like to have at least an advantage on top speed, but I don't. My god, he just... I'm losing so much time to that Nissan. I'm losing so much time to that Nissan, it's not even funny. Of course I tapped the wall. And those three tires aren't looking so good either. Look at the color. Understeer. Seriously. I ain't catching up to that Minolta. I ain't catching up to that Minolta. No, I would like to finish this today, but if it proves too difficult, no. I know I can't stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be pretty busy. And truth be told, it seems like I need to release a new video as soon as possible because the channel is completely dying. So I need to get that done as soon as possible. And it's gonna take a while because it's a long video. It's like this thing has streetcar brakes. This is exactly how it feels. It's like it has streetcar brakes. I mean, could be a specification thing because the Audi R8 is from 2001 and the Bentley Speed 8 is from 2003. So it could be a specification thing that the Bentley has slightly narrower tires. Just because the cars are similar doesn't mean that the specs have to be a carbon copy of each other. So it's not something that is inherently wrong with the Bentley Speed 8. It could be something that was changed over time for reasons that, you know, we don't know on the real car. But assuming that it's wrong for X or Y reason, because, oh, this older car has wider tires, therefore this is wrong and should be changed, is, you know, kind of absurd if you ask me. Probably the car is right, probably they got the tire widths right, because they are different cars. Sure, platforms are the same. But they made changes to the R8 platform to build the R8, to the Speed 8. It's not exactly a carbon copy 100% of one another. Right now I don't remember like how narrow the tires are, like, you know, it's just how exactly different they are, but it could be tied to a specification thing. Oh, come on! So I'm braking and he crashes into me. Come on, seriously. I have to brake one town before that thing, and of course I get rear-ended into the wall. That's fun. Of course I have wheel spin in second gear. Of course I have wheel spin in second gear. So I have to release this thing from a standstill in second gear, it seems, otherwise. God. Oh god, I got stuck behind traffic. Seriously. Seriously. That's why, because third gear is really slow and I don't build speed as good as fast as possible. It's really weird why the CLK will have lesser downforce than the R390 when they're both same year cars. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's not like the CLK-LM was a lower downforce car, they were on the same class. No, I don't think I can keep up with these things. I don't think I can keep up with these things. They're just driving me crazy, and if I get past them, he'll just push me off at the end of the straightaway, and I lose the race, or on the chicane at the top end of the circuit. So what else is there? Yeah, right. I mean, it will have had better handling, that's for sure. I think. But it's too late to backtrack now. You all have made your choice. Good God. I don't know what to think about this grid. I'm not gonna win against the Group C cars. The Vertigo doesn't even have... It has less than 30-30, I think, it's downforce. It has less than 30-30. It's actually something much lesser. I think it's like 10-20? Or 20-35? Something really atrocious. Honestly, if we don't have Group C cars... If we don't have Group C cars, I could just count on this thing to stock. Which will actually make it a bit more enjoyable to drive, to be honest. You know, I think this grid could work out. Game thinks it's harder. That's okay. The thing is, I have a problem because I don't beat the Pescarolo on Tire War. But maybe I beat it in outright. The 905 is a non-issue. The 905 is a slow. The problem is the Pescarolo. It has really good tire. It will never stop. I should have just figured the downforce of the Vertigo. We said it was 20-35. Sub the R290. Oh, so nobody. Yeah, nobody pits here. Makes sense. Yeah. The only thing we need is a 787B. Okay. Just want to see if I can beat him on speed. That's all I want to test out. God, I hate how this thing drives. Just... No, it doesn't seem like I beat him on speed. I really don't like how this car drives, whatsoever. There's another Pescarolo, but otherwise this grid is... This grid could be good, but the Pescarolo never stops. That's a real problem. Game thinks it's really easy though. God. I'm so tempted to put traction control on this car. To remove that annoying wheel spin on second gear. Oh, get out of here, Vertigo. Don't you dare. only was the CLK, the car that went flying. It was actually a later CLR. Not the same car. The CLR was actually a bit of a redevelopment of the CLK. Of course. God, those tires are completely shot. I don't really want to put super hard on this thing, but it seems like I'll have to. So far I am outpacing it. Which is good. Let's say I don't go into a wall. This thing doesn't brake. It just doesn't have any brakes. Seriously, it's like it has the stock GT brakes. They're atrocious. Never mind for gaining time, I lost 3 seconds on half a lap. I really don't like this car. I really don't like this car. Just can't get along with it. I really can't get along with it. I'm losing even more time. I cannot hold it back. He's so much faster than I am. Those rear tires survive 10 laps, it will be a miracle. Getting closer and closer per lap, by the way. Can brake so much later than I can, so he's destroying me at the end of this straight away. Yeah, but even if I manage to knock him out or something, I'll have to stop. Look at those tires, I have to stop before the end of the race. They're not going to survive 10 laps. And that guy won't stop, so I need to stay out on the track. That is my main problem, that I can't survive out on track long enough. And I'm not fast enough to actually cover for my stop. Because this thing just doesn't drive well at all. Just don't like this car, it's just not good enough. Feels stiff, it has high tire wear. And has terrible brakes for some ungodly reason. At least if it had good brakes, I could manage, but I have to brake so early before each corner that it's not even funny. It's actually super frustrating. And I have slipstream on this corner, I'm gonna go straight. What did I tell you? I was gonna go straight. God. No, can't keep up with the Pescarolo either. No, it won't help with tire wear. And I can't do it on every circuit. I need to be it consistently on 10 different circuits. So no, it doesn't work. It would be good if it wasn't for that Minolta. And the R8. The LMR is a problem because it's one of those cars which never stops. The R89C is almost as fast as the R92CP. I don't know. Maybe it's worth considering. This grid though. But it has the R8. The R8 is ungodly good as well. Sure, might as well. Ah. Really? Really? So the question is, how fast is that ride? Because the XJR9 has, you know, the XJR9. Really quick though. Oh God, why? I swear, driving faster cars just breaks this game. The slightest stop just makes them lose control. Funny that I think the A4 is a better handling car, but I don't think it's good enough for GT World Championship because I think I tried that before, and it's just not good enough. Ah, now you have wheel spin and third gear. You have to be joking. Honestly, if it can beat this grid, because I've been re-rolling for quite some time now. I think I have another idea, but it would probably require changing this. We'll just have to see which other options are available. We'll just edit races to see what's hiding in the save file. Whatever race I can enter, we'll just start checking and see what happens. I didn't expect this car to be so bad at this. Yeah, never mind. No wonder why you never used it. Wanna spin your wheels? Fine. Fine. That makes you happy. Yeah, but that's the thing. This race is a good metric of what awaits me. And if I can win this race, then all the other races are in question. I am aware this is a 10 race championship. Full traction control. That's the thing, I don't think it will. Because while it might help with wheel spin isn't inherently the problem. And I'm concerned that the traction control will actually cut off my efforts at actually trying to manage this car. So I don't really want to enable it. The other thing that just has me really concerned is the tire wear. It's just really high. And if my opponents don't have to stop, then that is a really bad scenario, because it means that I could lose multiple races to pit strategy. Even if I qualify them first, even if I do the entire show. I'm gonna wall ride this corner. It's not like I'm pulling away from them. That corner, I despise that corner with passion. I despise that corner. No matter how you take it, you're always going too fast. And it's either luck whether the game decides to bounce you and make you spin, or ignores it and lets you through. Oh, of course. I lose too much time through the corners as well, because low downforce. They're gonna crash into me. Of course they're gonna crash into me. Of course they're gonna crash into me. What else they're gonna do? Completely blind AI drivers. God. Yeah, but NOS won't help. NOS won't recover the time I lose through corners. That is the problem. The opportunities that I have to use NOS are so limited. I need a car which is better through corners if I want to win this. Speed is not an issue. I beat them on speed, look, it's fine. I need more handling. No, you can't wall ride a 90-degree turn, that will be impossible. I will die. God. Yeah, that's my idea, trying to see what's hiding on the save file. And get at least different options. The lease will be too slow. And I don't have an Elise. Yeah, no. I'm not beating that grid. I want to see if I can actually find new grids. No, I'm not beating that Pescarolo. We tried that. I want to see if I can find a grid which is possible. I could manage against the XJR9. It's just the other LMPs which are the problem. Oh. Oh, this could be it. This could be it, actually. This could be what I'm looking for. Oh. Thank you, GT1. Thanks a lot. No, it can't do 10 laps without pitting with this tire work. I'm confident that it can't. And that GT1 pushes me off while I'm braking because I have to brake half a country before all of the other race cars for some reason. It's like this thing has stock brakes. That's what I hate the most about this car, how early you have to brake. It's such a handicap. Such a frustrating handicap. You might as well be driving a street car then. But that will be better because probably street car could be made lighter with weight reduction. Come on. At this point I'm wondering if it's better to just go with medium tires, knowing that I have to stop and try to clock really fast laps and then just, you know, but I won't make it out on track. It just won't happen. Even a GT1 is faster than me. That's embarrassing. That's actually embarrassing. I cannot break away from that car. Oh. Ah. God, I hate you so much, for GT. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Hey, Zombie64, thank you for the first super chat of the stream. €2, I really appreciate that. Get NOS and some upgrades. The car is fully upgraded and as I explained before, NOS won't really change my situation. It's a handling problem, not a speed problem. I have already mentioned this. Thank you for your super chat, I really appreciate that. So that's okay. Fine. Let's get back into this. All the time that I'm losing it in handling. Not so much speed, that's the problem. As you can see, I actually keep up with them with speed. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. My point is that it doesn't make a difference, and in order to get nitrous, I will need to lose this grid. And I will have to find it again. And finding this grid again will probably be really hard. But even then, I cannot keep up with the GT1, so it's not exactly encouraging. I can't keep up with the GT1 of all things. That's just so embarrassing. Of all the cars in the game. What did I do to the GT1? It's having a mental breakdown. I mean, it's not exactly a Group C car. It's much slower than the fast Group C cars. I mean, it's good in the sense that it has good downforce and low drag, but it's much less powerful than the most threatening cars. So usually it's a back marker. Usually you don't lose to a GT1. It's one of those cars that you ignore. But in this case, it's actually winning. I don't know what I did to that GT1, but it's stuck behind traffic. God. Why do I even try to read when I'm focused trying to drive this thing? GT2. Yeah, they share engine sounds on GT2, the XJ220 and the GT1, despite the XJ220 being a V6. No, the setup is fine. It's not a setup problem, it's a car problem. We're starting to get a bit, you know. It's fine. The problem is the car. There's not much I can do about it already. Anything that can be done has been done already. I either get used to it and be competitive, or I don't get used to it because I can't, and we'll have to see what happens out of this. Alright, Travis, have a good night. Thank you for dropping by. It's getting pretty late for a complete run of GT World Championship. It's gonna be 3 hours long. Or thereabouts. Do you think you can beat this with the XJ220 or the NSX? I don't know, I never driven those cars. The XJ220 I don't have much hopes because it has kind of similar stats to this. The NSX is probably a bit more, I'm more convinced, but I haven't tried it either, so I don't know. I thought it would be possible with this, and here we are. So make that what you will. One thing's for sure, I think the NSX will have better tire wear than this thing. Oh no, it just feels like that way. Maybe I'm wrong. How did they lose 5 seconds in a single lap? That thing was 6 seconds away and now it's right behind me. Good God. I just want to see if it can survive an entire... If it can survive for 10 laps... Here... I could work with this grid. If I can't survive for 10 laps here... We have a problem. So that's all I'm trying to test for the time being. How long I can survive with those tires. I'll probably get rear-ended by the XJR9 sooner or later. But the XJR9 has to stop, so I'm not too concerned about it. I just have to make sure it doesn't overtake me. If it doesn't overtake me, we're good. We're fine. As fine as you could be. But if it does overtake me, then we have a problem. And those tires are looking more yellow and yellow as time goes on. Which isn't good, because I have a few laps left. At least I'm getting faster, but that was a wall ride lap, so it doesn't really count. For a second I thought I got faster, then I realized I did 2 wall rides, so never mind. God forbid I actually feel good about myself for a change, and I can actually achieve anything worth showcasing. Damn. Can't compete with against higher downforce. The thing has higher downforce, it has more power, it's lighter. It probably has wider tires too, it has everything on its side. I don't really have that much on my side. And the GT1 is getting closer to us both. Which isn't encouraging. It's actually bad. Because the GT1 seems to have better handling than that thing. Well, I could actually probably hold this tank, I cannot hold the GT1. Because it outmaneuvers me. Or so it seems, at least from the previous race. Please tell me you're gonna stop soon, XGR9. There's no way those tires are surviving that long. There's absolutely no way your tires are surviving that long. Those aren't looking good for 2 laps more. It's not stopping. It's probably next lap. People ever ask me for evidence that you should not let people vote their for their face. I'll show them this stream. Case closed. Voting rights removed for for the entire population. Oh god. It has started. It has started. Those tires don't work. The car's oversteering now, constantly. They're completely shot. Yep, they're completely shot. I know where the XGR9 is. There it is. I don't say the test democracy, it has its issues, but I think its issues could be solved with the right incentives on people. And yeah, I cannot drive this thing at the end of the race and I lose to the GT1. Perfect. Perfect. It's one of those cars. It's one of those cars which last until the final lap. And then it just completely dies. It can... I took that turn normally and the car just spun out on me. Completely spun out on me. That was such a pathetic spin too. So... You had one job. You had one job. And you failed. All you had to do was last. All you had to do was last just that final lap. There are multiple cars which are competitive and they are left. They are ruled out of doing GTWC because their tires just die at the final lap. Yeah, but super hards are atrocious. It's that you might as well be driving on concrete blocks. So I'm not gonna do that. That's gonna be a waste of time. I was thinking of pulling mediums, but even then, with mediums, it's just not gonna be fast enough because it's not really that good of a handling car. So here we are. A good question mark. Alright, so let me explain this in the most easy to comprehend and reasonable way, okay? I am not going to recover 30 seconds in 3 laps with a set of mediums. The races aren't long enough, and at the same time, given that my opponents don't stop, meaning the GT1 doesn't stop, the race is lost the moment I stop. The car doesn't have the pace to recover the amount of time that I will lose on the pit stop with softer tires. It is impossible. The time that I lose is too much. Therefore, if I have to stop, the race is lost. Because my main opponent doesn't stop. The GT1 doesn't stop. And I cannot build a big gap with it to the point where I can have a free stop. It's always right behind me. So I need to stay out. I have no other option. Reasonable option I don't have. I don't have another option to say, okay, fine, I can do this. Mediums usually give you like, what, 2-3 seconds a lap? Probably. And I need this circuit is really long. It has one of the worst speed lanes, so you need a lot of time. You get to be, yeah, but that doesn't work. That doesn't work that way in GT4. It just doesn't work that way. There's not much you can do to affect tire wear outside using either harder tires or whatever. You have to trust my judgment a bit more. It's like people treat me like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not fucking casual, okay? I play this a lot. I play this for thousands of hours, really. I don't think this car has it in it. Has it in it, really. I just want to see how bad it is. Because the worst thing is I only need one lap, right? I only need one lap. But if I lose too much time then on the track, then it's just gonna be pointless. And putting harder tires on the rear usually has really bad effects. Traction control ain't gonna help with red tires, but in fact it will probably make them worse. I could be corrected if I could actually adjust the brake balance, I think, but I can't. Go figure why. Did they actually forgot this is a race car? It surely feels slower. Much slower. Braking is a bit worse. Will any more pellets help the handling of the car? No. In fact, it will make it worse, because if I place more weight over the rear, which is where the tires are suffering the most, it's going to increase tire wear. So no, that's not going to work at all. That's in fact the worst thing I could do. So, because if super hards are... God, I hate super hards so much. There's no... Even when they're warm, there's like no grip on the car. It's gonna make everything worse. It's gonna crash into me. Front ballast wouldn't help me either. Damn. Damn, stop. Ah. So slidey with this setup. And I cannot catch up to it. I just... Don't you love when that corner is a complete lottery? Okay, I have the right tires. Which means I won't have grip in the right tires. Which means this car will drive even worse. So, that doesn't seem like the solution. Let me check something about this car. Jesus, these are really narrow tires. You wanna know something funny? The stock 4GT has narrow tires on the back. For some reason. Just a funny random detail. Maybe it streams like for 6, 7, 8 hours. I think it's possible with this setup. It's gonna be annoying. But it is possible with super hards. And it's going to take us a long time to actually get this done. It's getting a bit late and it's probably not the best time to actually start doing this. But with super hards on this grid, I can get it done, I think. I could probably try qualifying. But then again, they will probably overtake me at the start, but it doesn't matter. It's just so I have to apply. I can avoid getting through the pack. At the same time, if I actually get to practice a little bit with this car, I could probably get a bit better with it, because I just jumped into it with next to no practice, and it's giving me a rough wake-up call. Because I forgot that you actually need to know your car well to do this, and when you're in inferior conditions. So we could come back to this. I mean, I'm gonna lose the better grid position at the start. It's gonna be more important when there's rolling starts to qualify. So here's my offer. I can come back to this on Tuesday, because tomorrow I have things to do, sadly. And I'll sink a bit of practice hours, and we can probably do this with this car. I think it should be possible with this grid and tires. It's just a matter of getting used to it. So I could probably get this done. Just not right now, because it's gonna get really late if I finish this, and I'm gonna be completely exhausted and I can't drive like this. At the same time, I think it's late for most people, because most people have gone to sleep, probably. It surely has been frustrating to figure out. I wasn't expecting it to be so bad. The good thing is that I could probably quit from here and the grid will save. So that's fine, the grid remains. There's nothing to worry about there. I won't have to find it again, we're fine, the grid stays. So yeah, I think that's the best we could do. Come back to this with more... with my brain actually working and knowing what the hell I have to do to beat these things. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Good thing I placed it was the final episode with a question mark, because actually it wasn't the final episode. I'll have to come back for more. With the 4GT staring at our soul, wondering, judging us our questionable life choices. Don't worry, we're all in this ship together. Alright. I want to thank everyone who joined me and stayed until the end, really. Yeah, if you haven't left a like on the stream, it's your last chance to do so. And if you really want to support my efforts in such a rough month, I will appreciate if you could join my Patreon. There's a link in the description. And yeah, I'll be seeing you all on Tuesday to actually finish this. I hope you all start your week nicely, and take care. Have a good night, and see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.